Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is Sunday afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and I'm standing next to the Kaagbaan. Currently one of the two runways in use for arrivals. Coming in now, Embraer 190 from KLM, arriving from London City. It is a beautiful day, the sun is out, it is 20 degrees centigrade or approximately 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It is windy, wind is blowing from 040, so there's a little bit of crosswind from the left for the pilots landing on this runway. Hey Ivo, goedemiddag. Standing at line-up Polderbaan, awesome. When I was arriving on the scene, I saw a special livery Aero Mexico Dreamliner in the Quetzalcoatl livery arriving. It should be departing in a few hours. Maybe you can capture it. FJWH, hello. Matthijs Wassink, goedemiddag. Steven, goedemiddag. Super G, goedemiddag, good afternoon. YouTube fan, good afternoon. Hey Wendy, goedemiddag, alles goed? Rick, goedemiddag, alles goed kerel? So, in comes another KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Edinburgh. Now, because it is so windy, I have turned on image stabilizer to hopefully provide less shaky footage. And indeed, Stephen and YouTube fan are recalling that there are 747s arriving. Now at the moment, two runways are in use for arrivals, 06 and 36 right. So we'll have to see which ones will come this way. I thought I saw on flight radar that there is a 747 arriving from Miami, so that one is definitely going to come to this runway. Hey Gijspers, and goodbye at a birthday. Well, some things go before live streams. Enjoy the rest of the birthday. Hey, photo for you, goedemiddag. I am already noticing the effects of the image stabilizer. It sometimes overcorrects. Let's see how things will hold up. I am doing good, Rick. Slept in this morning, had a nice walk in the dunes of Zandvoort this morning. Lovely weather for outdoors activity today. Hey there Roadhog, goedemiddag, alles goed? From which runways are the A380 and the Cargo Log 747 taking off? From center or from left? Hey there Steven, good afternoon. How's life in Ribble Valley? Are you guys having the same weather as we do over here? Hey Liewe, goedemiddag. Good to see you. 36 center. Alright. Whoa, what is coming up here? Embraers. Why not see what is taking off from 36 center then? That's not yet a heavy. A380 just departed. That's not the A380. Both are out. Well, I'm looking visually and I don't see anything just yet. Let's give it a few seconds. Okay, they are already off the ground both. Well, I'm looking around to see if I see anything, but I don't see any planes at all, actually. Okay. Well, in that case, let's focus on what is incoming for 06. We have German Airways flying under the moniker KL. For KLM probably. Embraer 190 arriving from Stuttgart, where it departed an hour and a minute ago. This airplane, 17 years old, had its first flight in January 2006. That did not look like the smoothest landing ever. And yes, tours to boat. This is Kaagbaan, where I'm standing next to. Hey there, your average gorillas lover. How's life over there in Orlando? Probably a bit warmer than it is over here. Hey there Rod, checking in from SoCal. Good to see you, friend. So over here it is a bit windy. Wind is blowing from 040 degrees. These airplanes are landing on runway 06, so there is a little bit of crosswind from the left. Current air temperature 20 degrees C or approximately 70 degrees F. I am filming with image stabilizer on at the moment just because the wind is otherwise causing extremely shaky footage. Can make me over or undershoot sometimes. Hey Jorn, goedemiddag. It is nice weather to do some spotting over here. So next up is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1346 arriving from Billund, where it departed 50 minutes ago. This Embraer is 5 years old and had its first flight in October 2017. Hey Marissa, goedemiddag. Alles goed? Now folks, believe it or not, I am actually getting somewhat of goosebumps. Standing here in a t-shirt and shorts. I did bring a vest along. I have been dieting for 6 weeks with a 3-week intermezzo and then another 3 weeks, so I think my metabolism might also have slowed down a little bit, making me get cold more easily than otherwise would be the case. You can see that the pilots also have to do a little bit of work to get the airplanes on the ground gently. Hey there Paul, and hey there Peter. Good afternoon guys. Good to see you again. Hope everybody is doing well. It is a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon over here at Schiphol. This is in the runway heading. This is perpendicular to it. There are a few high clouds more to the southeast. This is more facing the west, and this is facing south. Now in the foreground we have an A320 from EasyJet, but you guys already saw it on flight radar, and let me focus in on it. We have a Queen incoming. And as the A320 just passed by, let me tell you, this is KLM Cargo operated by Martin Air Holland flight MPH 7552, Boeing 747-400, arriving from Miami, where it left 8 hours and 4 minutes ago. And this 747 is 19 years old, had its first flight in January 2004. Exactly, Rick and Marissa. It is the wind that makes it a little bit cooler than it would otherwise be. It is 20 degrees C, so the air itself is nice and warm. But we are having a bit of wind. Still, I'm not complaining. It could have been worse. Could also have been rain and cold. Poof. Nice and gentle touchdown. Oh. So the wind is sometimes even gusty and can even throw my camera, of course. No, Rick, I didn't bring my gloves. Hey there, Daniel. Good afternoon. Hey, Lisa. Good afternoon. Perfect timing indeed. Starting out with the Queen. And I think we might see a few more. Hey there, Dave Smith. Howdy. How are you doing? Good to see you again. All other people who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and you are watching arrivals on runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Currently one of the two runways in use for arrivals. Basically the same pattern that has been in progress over the last couple of days. We've had wind from the northeast the entire week now. And now that I'm saying this, I'm thinking is the crosswind component from the left or from the right? I was saying, yeah, no, it is from the right, from the left. 040 is to the left of 060. Was starting to doubt whether I was saying it correctly or not. Yesterday when I listened back to the stream and also went through the chat, I noticed that I keep messing up 36 left and right. Even though when you think about it for a moment, you do know what is the right runway number and letter combination. Leal says good morning from Brazil. Good morning to you too. Welcome to the show and welcome to AMS Live. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Martin Calafate, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Good to see you again. Hey Ronald, goedemiddag. Alles goed, jongen? Hey Karel, goedemiddag. Hope everybody has been having a great Sunday so far. For some it has just begun, for others it is coming to an end already, and for other people it is already Monday. I hope that the video and audio quality today is good again. Yesterday I noticed when coming home earlier during the stream already people were mentioning that at one moment my sound, my voiceover sound was poor and a reset of the DJI mic transmitter fixed it. But looking back at the stream home, I also noticed that the bitrate was lower than normal. It was a bit blocky and also the file size of the stream that I also always record on my computer was lower than what otherwise would have been the case. So apparently there was some source of interference yesterday when I was filming along the Polderbaan. Now at the moment I'm the only one out here. It is a Sunday, so I'm hoping that whatever sources of radio interference might be in the vicinity are shut down at the moment. Thanks for the feedback, Liewe. Hopefully things will stay that way then. Now, if you're a fan of Embraers, this is your show, because so far the vast majority of the airplanes we have seen arrive have been Embraers. Good afternoon to you too, Belgian Rail. Welkom terug, alles goed? Nice to see you again. Now, you might be wondering, boy, what about the waterbird situation? Well, let me show you. It is a bit quiet at the moment. We do have two birds over here. If the camera cooperates. So I think they are both ducks. Let me see if... oh no, they're going behind the grass already. Just missed mama duck and a couple of ducklings. And there are also a few quackers, I think, or maybe coots further out. They do look like ducks. And we have a 737 arriving. Alright, we have a few heavies that are arriving at the moment, so let me quickly turn around the camera. We are first expecting an A330 from Turkish, arriving from Istanbul. And after that we are going to see Kenya Airways in the Come to Live the Magic livery, arriving from Nairobi. First up, Turkish A330-300 flight 1953, arriving from Istanbul, where it left 2 hours 53 minutes ago, and the airplane is 12 years old. First flight, November 2010. Hey there Hans, hey there Gosse. Are you doing anything, Gosse? Are you coming to drop by? I am in the neighborhood, and you, if you're at home, are too. Ja, doe dat. Leuk, Gosse. Als je niks anders te doen hebt, tenminste. So good afternoon or good morning to Mikkelvrug, for who it is still morning in Gordon, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Josegi, good evening. Tuurlijk man. Hey, Gosse, ik zie je wel verschijnen. Ooh, and it is Monday already for Cameron. Upside down indeed. Over here, still Sunday afternoon. So this is Kenya Airways Flight 116 Boeing 7878 Dreamliner arriving from Nairobi, where it departed 8 hours 45 minutes ago, and this Dreamliner is 8 years old. First flight July 2014, and it is in the special Come Live the Magic livery. So I hope you guys were still able to see some of the livery. In that respect, lighting conditions are not the best at this time of day. Hey there, Karsten! Herzlich willkommen! Good to see you again. And Joseph is watching live from Kenya. Awesome! And Marcel is informing us 2 times 747 inbound. Awesome! Where are the 747s at the moment? And NJ says hello from Assen in the northeast of the Netherlands. Hello to you too. Goedemiddag, alles goed? Now folks, the next airplane is another Embraer. It is KLM flight 1076 arriving from Manchester. It departed 47 minutes ago from Manchester, and the airplane is 7 years old. Had its first flight in December 2015. Now where is it? Still a bit far out, but there it is. Hey, North Sky Aviation, how's life over there in Newcastle? Good to see you again. Hope you have a great Sunday so far. Indeed, Hans. No elephants, no zebras, no lions. No giraffes, but we do have ducks, coots and grebes. We also have a bit of wind, but we also have sunshine, so that makes up for something. For those of you tuning in just now, welcome to AMS Live. You're watching arrivals on runway 06. My name is Boy. And this is an Embraer from KLM arriving from Manchester, United Kingdom. I'm looking to my right to see if there are airplanes landing on 36 right anymore, but I don't think there are. Let me also check flight radar. It seems now that this is once again the only runway in use for arrivals. Oh, thanks for informing me, reminding me of that interesting fact, Liebe. Snakes as well. I have to say I haven't seen them here, and I wouldn't be unhappy if it were to stay that way. Okay, another KLM Cargo 24 minutes out, and the other 747 flying over Flevoland. Well, and with the what looks like this being the only runway in use, that means means that we are going to see them both land in the upcoming half hour. In the meantime, an E2 Embraer 195, one of the few that still flies and works. Yeah, indeed, Liewe, ringslangen aren't dangerous. I have to say, I've never seen a snake in the wild before, even when I was walking in areas where they are indigenous. Nap time. Interesting to see how they stay. They are almost staying in the same place. I'm not moving the camera at the moment. You would think they might be blown away with the current, but apparently they aren't. Hey ALV dog, good evening, is it for you as well? Nice to see you again. Good to see you. And or is it still even a Sunday over there? No, it's Monday, alright? Anywho. Oh, it looks like there is no traffic coming to 06 right now. There is a Learjet from Ibiza. Ah, they're anchored, Hans says. That explains a lot. Let me see then. There is a Learjet approaching. I will turn around the camera like so. Yeah, the wires don't get tangled like so. See if we can capture the Learjet that is going to land on... I see it already in the distance. Where is it? It is still very small. See if the camera can focus in on it. I'm fully zoomed in right now. It's probably going to make a last minute right hand turn and land on runway 22 using the glide slope of 36 right, but we won't be able to see that part because by the time it's going to, even if it's going to land on 36 right, we are not going to see that last stage because it will have disappeared behind buildings in the foreground over at Schiphol Oost. But at least we can follow the airplane a bit until it vanishes behind the buildings. It's turning and then it's gone. All right, well, in the meantime I think, yeah, no, we still have to wait a bit for traffic to 06. Hey Arjan, goedemiddag. Hoe is het? Now I'm looking to see... Ah, there we go. A duck just landed over there. A lady duck. She seems to be by her own, on her own, by herself. Hey Leen, goedemiddag, alles goed? Peter, this is indeed close to the runway threshold. It isn't an official spotter's place, but... Ooh, what is the name of this road? I would have to look it up on Google. If you look on Google Maps, look at runway 0624 and you go to the southwestmost threshold, to the... what is it? To the right of it, there is a little grass field, and that is where I am standing in. So if I zoom out a little bit, the runway is over there, and the A4 highway is over there in the distance. Now you can see that southwest of the southwest threshold is this canal. Makes a little twist over here, then it splits, and there is a grass field over here that you can walk into, and further out there is a road. Here you can see the truck making a turning around. There's a corner in the road, and from there you can walk into the grass field to get over here. Hey Amelie, and hey there Amy, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. Good to see you all again. Over here, the other ducks. Seems that their anchors have detached. They are on the move at the moment. Don't know if this is called Beach Avenue, but I think it might be. So Royal Air Maroc 737 just arrived, and is the Cessna coming as well? Seems to be on a bit of a strange course. Let me see if I can... Ah, okay. Well, need to turn around like so. It looks like it's going for runway 22. Where is it? Should be there. There it is. So this is a very atypical approach. Sort of parallel to the glide slope of runway 06. So what I meant to say is that it's probably going to land on runway 04. It's not every day you see airplanes approach like so. But it is landing on the small Schiphol Oost runway 0422. Hey Luca, ciao! And Kale, good afternoon! Hope everybody is doing well. Hey there Niels, goedemiddag. Alright. Now. I thought I saw a 747 on the radar just now. Alright, it is looking to become number 2. Hey Ina, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Hope you're well. So, the first airplane to arrive is going to be an Embraer 190. It is KLM flight 1406 arriving from Montpellier. Don't see it yet, but it will become visible shortly. It left Montpellier an hour and 16 minutes ago. The airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in January 2009. Just about visible. There it is. Really hard to see. And Eva says that there's absolutely nothing departing at lineup at the Polderbaan at the moment. Give it time, I'm sure there will be coming more traffic your way anytime soon. Marijn asks what lens I am using. I'm not using a particular lens, I'm using the lens that is in my camera. ALV dog, you're absolutely right. Exactly that. Hey there, Liming 2212. Greetings from Hamburg. Herzlich willkommen und Grüße zurück. Oh, shit, Liwe. Did I miss it? Shame on me. I think I was maybe at home watching YouTube or something. And Yillard says that there's a 747 from Quito arriving in 13 minutes. Well, I am going to forego this Embraer because here is the second queen already. So this is Air China Cargo, currently number 6 worldwide most tracked airplane on flight radar apparently. It is flight 1023 Boeing 747-400 arriving from Chengdu in China. It left 9 hours and 42 minutes from China. It is a Boeing 747 freighter, a 400 freighter, 17 years old, had its first flight in December 2005. Great to hear that, Liewe. Graag gedaan. Leuk dat ze het leuk vonden. It's a shame that they took off from a runway further removed from where I was standing at that time, but we did the best we could. think so too, Liewe. Something with Murphy. It was a very smooth landing, I have to say. The second Queen and both of them touched down very smoothly so far. Hopefully the third one will do the same. We're now awaiting Corendon Airlines Flight 712, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Kos in Greece. It is a 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2009, and the airplane left from Kos 3 hours and 14 minutes ago. Surely that is not true, Kale. Only 27 747s? Nah, should probably be a bit more. Although how many, I don't know. So it looks like the 747 will be taxiing this way. And park somewhere over here with the other cargo airplanes that are currently already parked over here. So we'll definitely see more of that 747 in a moment. Next up is a Neo from EasyJet. EasyJet Flight 23301 A320 Neo arriving from Edinburgh, where it left an hour and 3 minutes ago. And the airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in October 2017. Ooh, that was quite a hard landing. Oh, it's going around. A touch and go. Interesting. It was already a bit bumpy on the main landing gear. Now you don't notice a lot of it because I have image stabilizer on, but it is actually windy. So yeah, go around. How about that? I didn't expect that to happen today. And the Queen is gradually taxiing back towards us. Hey Bart, goedemiddag. Nice to see you again, mate. So, this is KLM flight 1018 E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow, where it left 43 minutes ago. The airplane, 1 year old, first flight October 2021. Alright, and in the meantime I can show you that the Queen has taken the parking space most nearby. And the KLM Queen is now over Zandvoort, Marissa says. I'm also looking to see if maybe I can spot it, but I think it's still a bit too far out, probably also too low. We have an A320 from Lufthansa arriving from Munich. And all landings following that go around seem to be effortless and smooth. Very interesting to see that EasyJet did a touch and go, or maybe it were the same pilots that did that double touch and go around during the storm on the Schiphol Oostbaan a couple of months ago. And good day to Geraldo Sebastião de Faria, checking in from Brazil. And I think, Dave, you might be right. A bumpy landing like that definitely can impact the vertebrae. Right, so next up is Latam Cargo. But is that this already? It seems so big. Huh, interesting. Flight radar says Latam Cargo, but this looks like an A330 that I don't see on flight radar. And after that we are going to see A767 from Latam Cargo. So this airplane, for some reason, I don't see on flight radar. Don't know what it is, except that it is an A330. There you go, Turkish Cargo. As if there is no wind. Ah, okay, not applicable on flight radar. Hey Wilma, goedemiddag, alles goed? Leuk dat je er weer bent. So next up is Latam Cargo Boeing 767, arriving from Miami, Florida, where it left 8 hours 53 minutes ago. This is a 767-300ER that is 13 years old and had its first flight in February 2010. Latam Cargo flight 1507. Wilma, as it happens, I do have a few goosebumps on my arms at the moment. The wind is what makes it a bit chilly at the moment. But that is okay. I have a vest with me. I'm standing in a t-shirt and shorts at the moment. But I did bring a vest along. But I am going to wait with putting that on because it is heavy's rush hour now. Hey Matthijs, goedemiddag. Who's that? Will be back from Beijing shortly. Well, I think it is the airplane we are now seeing approach. KLM flight 898. It is a 777-200 arriving from Beijing, where it left almost 12 hours ago to the minute. Boeing 777-200ER, 19 years old, first flight December 2003. So I think, Matthijs, that your dad is on board this plane. And no, Wilma, I don't have any coffee with me, just water. I already had my coffee for the afternoon before going out. I have to make do with plain water, but that will do just nicely. So I think, Matthijs, that your dad has safely landed. Looks like it was an effortless landing there. Hey Mats, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Alright then. Next up, the third queen of the stream. How about that? Martin Air Holland operating for KLM Cargo, flight 7242, number 8 worldwide, tracked on flight radar, Boeing 747, arriving from Quito, where it left 11 hours and 3 minutes ago. This Boeing 747-400 freighter is 20 years old, had its first flight in April 2003. Now, if you're new to the channel or you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up and can join us for more live streaming action over here at Schiphol Airport. little bit uneven. Still very solid landing there. Hey there Rodrigo, hey there George, hey there Yo. Goedemiddag, good afternoon to you all, or good morning, depending on the time of day where you are living at. Welcome to AMS Live, everybody. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Kaagbaan, where arrivals take place. Wind is blowing from the northeast. The pilots are faced with mostly headwind, but that doesn't mean that all landings will go smooth. We did see a touch and go around, more or less, by an EasyJet Airbus just now. And is this the second try? I think it is. I think it is this airplane that we saw do a go around just now. So this is again the EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Edinburgh. I think this is the number 2 effort after an initial go around. This Neo is 5 years old, had its first flight in October 2017. Let's see how it fares this time round. What's the name of the dairy product again? Oh yeah, butter. It looks way better than the first effort. Excellent. And in the meantime, I saw that Liwe was so kind to donate 5 AMS Live memberships to new members. So thank you very much for your support and for donating 5 memberships, Liwe. And welcome to all 5 new members of the Aurora Sky Lounge. You can now use Nintendo Duck Hunt Dog when we go duck hunting and all other emojis that we have available. Quickly back to the camera, and this is China Southern Airlines Airbus A330. It is arriving from Beijing. It is an Airbus A330-300, 8 years old, first flight June 2014. It left 9 hours and 58 minutes ago from Beijing, so almost half a day underway, but here it is. Welcome to Amsterdam. I have to say, the landings aren't all that smooth anymore. Even though the wind is mostly headwind, you do see the pilots struggle in the last half hour or so. I like that name, AOV dog, EASYJET. I have to keep that in mind. It's a very apt nickname for them. Meanwhile, another Embraer 175 is arriving. This one from Copenhagen, KLM flight 1130. Left Copenhagen an hour and 8 minutes ago. And and it is 6 years old. First flight July 2016. And Matt says that a volcanic eruption has stopped all flight traffic in Catania in South Italy, as if they haven't suffered enough already. First in Emilia-Romagna, the rainfall and all the misery that came after it. And now a volcanic eruption in the south. Hopefully nobody was injured during the eruption. Hey der Züge in Deutschland, herzlich willkommen. Hey Sander, goedemiddag. Goed dat je er weer bent, alles goed? Alright, folks, next up Shamrock, Aer Lingus, flight 608 arriving from Dublin. It is underway now for an hour and 12 minutes. A320-200, 15 years old, first flight June 2007. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. Goed dat je er weer bent. Lekkere zondag tot dusver. And Lucas says in Piedmont, so southwest of Emilia-Romagna, no rain. I'm happy. Dryness and not enough rain is not good, but having all the rain all at once, also not the best idea. Balanced, that's what it's all about. Thank you Matthijs for the kind words, I really appreciate it. I do my best, hope you guys notice it, and thanks for the feedback my friend. Thijs on the camping. And Belgian Rail says KLM from Tokyo coming soon. Before that we are going to see a 737 MAX 8 already close by. Come on camera, do your thing, focus. Come on, you can do it. There we go. TUI fly arriving from Heraklion. Smooth touchdown there. Hey, salut Jean-Yves, comment ça va? How's your Sunday going? Hey, what is that? How nice. Coots and also a little baby coot. We have seen ducklings before, but apparently this coot couple or cute coot couple has a little cootling, if you can call it that. Two coot. Alrighty then. Next up, EasyJet A319, flight 28672, like a phone number. Arriving from London Gatwick. It departed from London Gatwick 43 minutes ago, and the airplane we're about to see touchdown is 16 years old, had its first flight in August 2006. Hey Evan, good morning? Yeah, morning still over there. Good to see you, my friend. Are you able to see the stream even when showering? I mean, you can put the radio on and listen to it without needing to watch it. But the live stream, well, I can imagine it being a bit difficult to see under the shower. But you can listen to it, of course. You can listen to the engine noises. That is definitely something you can do. Hope you're well, mate. Nice of you to join us again. Hey Nelly, goedemiddag. And oh, what is your name? I don't. Let me see. Sisnovat? Is that what it says? My Russian alphabet knowledge is very limited. Sisnovat? Bisnovat. Bisnovat, I think. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. It is lovely weather over here, although I am putting on my vest at the moment just to keep the hands and the forearms warm. It is still nice and warm if you're out of the wind in the wind shade, but with the wind constantly blowing over here, my arms tend to get a bit chilly, and if that happens, operating the camera becomes a bit more challenging. So I've put on the vest. Should be good. Well, how many languages can I speak? AOV Dog asks. Not many. I speak Dutch, and I'm trying to construct something that is similar to English at the moment. I speak a few words of German, less French, and less Italian. Hey Sam. Sam. En Scott McCaslin says, goedemiddag uit Schotland. Goedemiddag, alles goed. Good afternoon, hope you're well. And Bisnovat, I did read it correctly. Как дела, Bisnovat? And this Neo didn't have any difficulty putting its wheels on the ground. Thank you, Kale, for your kind words. I do my best. Alright then. Хорошо, хорошо, спасибо. That's the only Russian I know. Как дела? Хорошо, спасибо. But I have studied the alphabet a little bit, so I, with a lot of difficulty, am able to make something out of that most of the time. Some of the time maybe, that's not overstated. Здравствуйте. That's a formal greeting, right? Exactly. Как дела is informal. Здравствуй for a single person and здравствуйте for multiple people, but it's formal. So it's to say, how are you to, for instance, a police officer or another authority figure, is what I thought it was meaning. Anyway, over here we have KLM flight 864. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Tokyo Narita. Well, Tokyo-ish. 60 or so kilometers, I think, from the center of Tokyo. Anyway, it's coming in from Japan, Narita, where it left 13 hours and 38 minutes ago. So it's probably had to fly a big detour to circumvent Russian airspace. The airplane that you are looking at is 7 years old and had its first flight in October 2015. Indeed, privet, как дела? Hi, how are you? Здравствуй and здравствуйте is formal. Well, it's even doing a wheelie. They probably saw me standing here and they figured, hey, we have to do a nice wheelie for AMS live viewers. Hey Aaron, goedemiddag. Nice of you to join us again. Hope you're well. Also sunny over there in Teugen. Now the sun is still shining over here, the wind is still blowing over here. Ah, the KLM went over United States to avoid Russian airspace. There are a few high clouds coming in over here as well. It was said that later during the day, land inward, we might expect some rain showers. Looking at the weather radar before going out, I didn't see anything yet. The upside of local rain showers is that you can see them coming well in advance. Now in the meantime, all the birds in the water seem to have gone, although I do see a coot in the water between the grass. Ah, it's the coot and the cootling, the cute coots. Let me also make use of this moment to grab one of my water bottles and do a little hydration as well. Hey Frank, goedemiddag. Checking in from Limburg. How's the weather over there, Frank? Also sunny and warm? Or are there already rain showers in that area? Now Mama Coot and her cootling are already further up. Hey Jane Ali, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Hope everybody is doing well. I see that our next airplane is approaching, so let me turn around the camera so you guys can see as well. We are expecting KLM flight 1624, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Milan, where it left an hour and 12 minutes ago. The airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in October 2008. Well, there is a heavy just near the Groningen border. If I look on flight radar, Marissa, inbound from Shanghai. Also an Etihad 777, still flying over Germany. There are still a few underway. And Kel, are you referring to the weather over here? Let me show you guys. This is how the sky looks over here at the moment. It is still mostly blue. There are a few high clouds, but it's mostly because the sun is now shining from that direction that things look a bit milky looking in that direction. We have backlight at the moment. Now, are we going to get rain soon? Let me have a look on the Buienradar app. The weather radar app, most often used over here in the Netherlands, I think. And absolutely no rain showers over the Netherlands. Nothing in the vicinity as well. So the next couple of hours we are looking to keep it dry over here. Now the next airplane is already getting closer by. It is a Vueling A320 Neo arriving from Tenerife, where it left 4 hours and a minute ago. The airplane is 4 years old and had its first flight in March 2019. There we go. Looked like a smooth landing over here. En indeed, Thijs, vanavond or vannacht, tonight or this evening or overnight, we might see some showers here and there. For the time being, nothing is visible on the weather radar over the Netherlands. So no need to unexpectedly pack everything in hastily because a thunderstorm is approaching. What is approaching is this EasyJet Airbus A319. It is flight 22511 arriving from London Luton, where it left 38 minutes ago, and this A319 is 12 years old and had its first flight in March 2011. Rolf has to go already. It was fun while you were here. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, mate. In the meantime, I see no less than 2 super chats back to back. First of all, ALV Dog sends a super sticker, hands doing a high five. Thank you so much, ALV Dog. High five right back to you, my friend. And it was followed by Joe Martin's super chat, who says, thank you for doing the stream on this stormy Sunday. Well, thank you so much, Joe. I saw that I forgot to fixate my tripod and the wind is blowing the camera up. So let me do that first. It is not so much stormy, but it's definitely windy, even during the spring and summer months over here in the Netherlands. It is crazy how it can still be windy. But it was said before, it is a flat country, and yeah, the wind is almost like a constant over here. But it has been quite above average over the last couple of days. Thank you, Nanda. Thank you so much to you both for your kind donations. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, what is going on? This is an aborted... Is this an aborted landing? The gear is up already, isn't it? Why is the SAS climbing and not landing? Looking behind me, I don't see anything on the runway. So I was about to zoom in on the SAS and I noticed it was going up. And it is, well, going around. Also an aborted landing. But if I show you guys, there is nothing on the runway, no traffic or anything. Where is the... Well, first regain focus, and then let's see if we can spot... So it's going around. So interesting, we have a touch and go around. We've seen a touch and go around from EasyJet, and now we see an aborted landing by SAS, the SAS CRJ. Unknown reasons, indeed. And indeed, thinking face. The same here, AOV dog. What the F is going on there? Why did they decide to go around? You would say there had to be a good reason for it, but looked like a normal approach. I was just about to zoom in and give the details, but Eskimo terrorists, that must be it. Hey Heidi, thank you for your kind words. Appreciate it, thank you so much. Two airplanes approaching on runway 06. Air France flight 1140 will be the first one, and it is an Airbus A320. It's arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, where it left 38 minutes ago. This airplane, brand new, first flight June last year. Now, we don't see A220s from Air France that often, so let's enjoy. I have to say, the A220s together with the A350s, when it comes to modern passenger airplanes, I think the best looking. Also, lovely sound when spooling up, at least the... Yeah, no, both. Both of them. Now, thank you so much, Tim, for your kind super chat. Nice stream as always. Greetings from Barneveld. Thank you so much, Tim, en groeten terug. We are also seeing, oh, but that's a Diamond DA42. That's a really small airplane. I was about to say we can see another private jet, or private jet, or land on 36 right, but it is only a very small airplane, so we probably won't see a lot of it. I think that's it, Dave. SAS just wanted more screen time. Well, first we are going to see Vueling arriving from Barcelona. Flight 8306. Airbus A321 left from Barcelona an hour and 40 minutes ago, and this airplane is 7 years old. First flight May 2015. Now, if I recall correctly, I hope it's not going to runway 36 right, but to 06. If I recall correctly, there was also a special livery from Air Baltic coming somewhere in the upcoming hours. In the Estonian flag special livery. Now we already saw the Latvian flag with the red stripes not too long ago, and the Latvian special livery is with blue stripes. I'm really looking forward to seeing that one out in real life. Hopefully it will come to this runway. Next up is going to be EasyJet flight 28680. It is an Airbus A320 coming from London Gatwick, where it left 41 minutes ago. And this airplane is 4 years old. First flight July 2018. And thank you, Frank, for your kind words. I do my best. SleazyJet, QueasyJet. It is a name that you can think funny nicknames for quite easily, isn't it? Silky smooth landing there. And what is that? Was that Vueling? Huh. Or was that? Don't recognize it immediately. Anyway. And the SAS CRJ that we saw go around or abort its landing is now in the vicinity of Leiden and about to fly turn final. So it looks like it's going to be number 3. First up, British Airways. Ah, okay, old level livery from Vueling. Thanks, Marcel. Hey there, Don Viejos. So this is British Airways BA City Flyer Embraer 190 arriving from London City, where it left 37 minutes ago. The airplane 9 years old. First flight March 2014. I do get the impression that the wind is starting to subside a little bit. It's not as windy anymore as it was half an hour ago. In the meantime, the Coot family is still over here. It does look cute, that little cootling. If that is that the proper name for it? Duckling, cootling? If not, I think we should call it cootling. Look at that, ITA Airways in the old Alitalia livery. Nice to see them still flying around. Even though the new ITA Airways blue is very pretty. Marcel says that the Diamond was going for a go around for runway 22. Maybe if it is going around, they might assign it a different runway if the pilot chooses to, if they prefer so. So maybe we might see it, but I'm not getting my hopes up too high. So this is SAS flight 1549, SAS CRJ 900, arriving from Copenhagen, second try, left Copenhagen an hour and 14 minutes ago. This airplane is 14 years old and had its first flight in January 2009. Let's see, it is at least closer to the runway already than it was on its first try. Nothing to see. Very solid landing there. In the meantime, the Queen we saw land earlier, getting unloaded by the looks of it. Now we're expecting a few more narrow bodies before we are going to see more heavies. The first next airplane is already close by. It is a Norwegian 737-800 arriving from Oslo in the Sonja Henie livery, it says. The airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in May 2008. And there's also a Transavia in the Peter Pan livery over Dronte, Marcel says. And that's a very good question, Frank. We are also still wondering why the SAS had to do a second try. It was well before it was over the touchdown zone that it already retracted the landing gear and climbed out again. So why they did so, I don't know. If anybody does learn about it, do let us know in the chat. I'm sure we'll all be very curious to learn about it. Next up is a Transavia flight arriving from Barcelona. Flight 5132, Boeing 737-800. Left Barcelona an hour and 40 minutes ago in this airplane. 22 years old, first flight March 2001. In the meantime, our two ducks have woken up again, and they are accompanied by a coot. I'm a bit disappointed in you, Marissa, that you can't see in the cockpit. Why can't you do that? Everybody can do that. Why can't you do it? Okay, so it looks like the Diamond is flying north again on the glide slope for 36 right. Now that's a very minor, small plane, really hard to see from a distance. I'm already checking to see, but I have no idea where it is. So I'm not going to try to find it and focus in on it. Just stick with the airplanes that are visible. This is an A320neo from EasyJet, arriving from Milan. Brand new airplane, first flight December last year. Left Milan 1.5 hours ago. Looked a little bumpy, but still a smooth landing. So next up is an A321 from Finnair, arriving from Helsinki. And if the camera can focus in on it, here we go. So this is Finnair flight 1305. Airbus A321 arriving from Helsinki, Finland, where it left 2 hours and 12 minutes ago. The airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in November 2017. Gosse, goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag.
Ja, dit is hoe het er achter de camera uitziet.
Ja, zie je wel? Het ziet er goed uit.
Mooi hè? Zo, nieuw fietsie.
Ja, voor bij de camper.
Ah, nice. So my friend Gosse, who also always says hi in the chat, who lives nearby, just came over to see me in action in real life. So I'm chatting to you guys and also trying to catch up with him every now and then. Next up, we'll see Air Europa flight 1093 arrive from Madrid, Boeing 737-800, not the Dreamliner this time. She's 15 years old, first flight January 2008 and left Madrid almost 2 hours ago, 1 hour and 58 minutes. And thank you for your kind words, Steve88. I do my best. And Christian, good evening. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. Hope you enjoyed your Sunday. Hope you guys had the same amount of sunshine that we did over here in the Netherlands. Now we are awaiting another heavy, a 777, arriving from Shanghai, number 2. First up will be a Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin, flight 3100. Left Dublin an hour and 7 minutes ago. The airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in December 2008, and after that we are going to see another triple freighter. The best sound in the industry, if you ask me. And Coolt 001 confirming it just flew over Leiden, so it is a few minutes before arriving here. Somewhat of a reputation when it comes to landings. Let's see how this one fares. Silky smooth. Butter if anything, although the nose wheel did come down a little bit bumpy, but definitely not the Ryanair landing that you hear about and see memes about so often. Next up, another big bird, China Eastern Airlines flight 771, arriving from Shanghai, where it departed 10 hours 43 minutes ago. This is a 777-300ER, 7 years old, first flight July 2015. And good morning to, or is it? No, it is already past morning. Joe Martin says hi, and Leo says hi. I say hi to you guys as well. Hope you are doing well. And John also says hi from AZ. And ATC is something that I think is not allowed to put in the air in the Netherlands, and even if it was allowed, I choose not to do so. Because not everybody wants to hear ATC, so if you want to hear ATC, you can check liveatc.net and listen for yourself. But I don't want to include ATC in my streams if not everybody wants to hear it, so I consider it an opt-in that you can do yourself when listening from liveatc.net. Next up is EasyJet A319 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Yeah, I've been hearing that sound a lot and it is really weird. It's at first I thought it was coming from the highway, but
it sounds like aluminum foil.
Could it be wake turbulence or something? Maybe it is wake turbulence. It's a really, maybe you guys have been hearing it as well. Was a really strange sound that we heard over here. Anyway, EasyJet A319 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. This airplane departed from Palma de Mallorca 2 hours and 2 minutes ago. The airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in November 2008. Yeah, I think we have the same here, Christian. ATC not allowed. You can listen to it on your own. But you're not allowed to broadcast it publicly or commercially. And as I said, liveatc.net. Although the ATIS for both departures and arrivals, last time I checked a couple of weeks ago, was still down. Has been since a few days before Christmas. which is also something I used to listen to before going out, just to see what the weather condition was. Now next up, Marcel says it is turbulence indeed. So yeah, particularly after big planes, you hear it more often. So Austrian Airlines flight 373 is up next, arriving from Vienna. It is an A320 Neo, left Vienna an hour and 27 minutes ago. The airplane is brand new according to Flight Radar, but its first flight was last year August, so it is less than a year old. The warranty is almost expiring. You can see that there is still wind, banking left and right just before the actual touchdown. I have to say I am glad that I brought my vest along. When you're standing still for a prolonged period of time, exposed to the wind non-stop over here, can get a little bit chilly. Hey Frank, thanks for joining us again. Nice evening to you too, and hopefully we'll see each other again soon during one of the next upcoming streams. Lucas says that if it was a UFO, I'll invite aliens at my aunt. They'll be poisoned for sure by her food. Thank you very much, Luca. Hopefully your Zia is not listening to this stream and reading the live chat. Here I was thinking that all Italian women were perfect cooks and could only make delicious food, but apparently not all of them. And again, even though they touch down softly and smoothly, you do see them struggle a little bit, the pilots. Now in the meantime, over in Ducktown, things are still very leisurely. The anchors have been released again. They are standing still. I'm not touching the camera. They even seem to float against the wind, so probably the motors are on as well. And Marissa says that there is a naked Etihad cargo about 10ish minutes out, so that is great news. Always a nice airplane to see from up close. First up, we'll see another EasyJet A320, this one arriving from London Luton, flight 22519. Left London 44 minutes ago. This airplane is 13 years old and had its first flight in July 2009. And if my camera can focus in on it properly, that would be great. Excellent. Even een weekendje weg geweest met de camping of
Ja.
met de camper bedoel ik?
Ja, met de familie of een soort van de schoonzus zeg maar.
Ah, leuk. In Nederland of ook ergens buitenland geweest?
Nee, in Brabant.
Oké, leuk.
Ja.
Oh, that's a motorcycle. You keep hearing noises every now and then over here. Sometimes it feels like it's a haunted place, but I'm pretty sure that ghosts don't exist, and even if they did exist, they wouldn't dare stepping over here. Next up, Transavia in the Peter Pan Vakantieclub special livery. Always a nice one to look at. Arriving from Bari, and the airplane is 10 years old. First flight March 2013. The Peter Pan Vacation Club. Too bad that the lighting at this time of day is not optimal. There is backlight until it has passed over. By the way, Eduardo Gorelik says good morning. A big greeting from San Carlos de Bariloche in Argentina, Patagonia no less. Good morning to you too. Nice of you to join us. All other viewers who have in the meantime joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're watching arrivals on runway 06 at the moment. And up next is a Transavia Boeing 737-800 that is arriving from Ibiza, where it left 2 hours and 4 minutes ago. The airplane 20 years old and had its first flight in June 2002. Textbook landing there. And Marissa informing us that the Etihad is now fourth for arrival. Preceding it, an EasyJet A320 and a KLM Embraer 175. Yeah, so it looks like it's number 3 at the moment. Hey there, Cynthia, checking in from Brazil. Good morning. So next up, EasyJet flight 23855. Airbus A320 arriving from Milan Malpensa. Left an hour and 22 minutes ago from Milan, and the airplane is 6 years old. First flight July 2016. Let's see, focus. There we go. Now maybe, Gosse, we should sometimes try to see how the dual microphone setup of my DJI mic works, so that you can also be microphoned and we can chat a little bit on the stream. My friend Gosse used to be a pilot, and I'm sure that if you guys have any questions relating to aviation, he would be able to answer quite a few of them. So it might be interesting at some point later, but he's also a very busy man. But it might be something worth looking into at some point. Now, before the Etihad triple, we'll see this Embraer 175 from KLM. It is flight 1218 arriving from Oslo, where it departed an hour and 25 minutes ago. The airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in March 2016. Now if you just tuned in, you missed a touch and go. We didn't expect to see it today on this runway, but it did happen. An EasyJet Airbus touchdown with the main landing gear, and then it took off again. We also saw an aborted landing from a CRJ from SAS that for some reason chose to abort and do another round, and in second attempt did land safely and effortlessly. Now this is Etihad Cargo flight 9844. It is a 777 freighter, 4 years old, first flight September 2018, and it left Dubai 6 hours and 29 minutes ago. Always make good sound, don't they? Lovely noise. Well, Dave has to go again. Thank you for joining us today, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Patrick Kowalski says hello, greetings from Tilburg. Goedemiddag, greetings to you back, Patrick. Hope everybody is doing well. Now there are a couple of Neos underway, and indeed, Doodleman, the roar of those freighters and those 300s is quite special. We are going to see. Alright, well, AOV Dog, thanks for joining us again. I will stay warm, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll see each other again soon. Good night for when you go to bed. And hey there Han, goedemiddag. Zie je woensdag. So next up is an A320 Neo arriving from London Heathrow, British Airways flight 440. Janet also has to go. Bye bye Janet, see you again. See you again soon. The Neo we are seeing right now, 2 years old, first flight December 2020, left from London 48 minutes ago. Peter also has to go. Have a nice evening, Peter. Thank you for joining. And the Aeromexico Quetzalcoatl livery is on the way to 36 left. I saw it arrive as I was walking over here. I was a bit bummed because I do like that livery and I would have loved to have filmed it. Have been able to film it, but unfortunately I was too late. Did not check the planning of the arrivals well enough apparently. Next up, another A320neo arriving from London Gatwick. This one brand new, had its first flight October 2022. Right, next up is another Transavia 737. Flight 6146. 737-800 arriving from Alicante, España, where it left 2 hours and 7 minutes ago. The airplane is 6 years old and had its first flight in January 2017. I think it was between 3 and 3:30 that I arrived over here, Marissa. And I was walking into the grass field as I saw it land before me. I don't know what its original arrival time would have been, but I think it was between 3 and 3:30 that I saw it land on 06 over here. Really pretty one. Now let me zoom out on Flight Radar a little bit. There is traffic arriving from Asia flying over Germany. Now at the moment I think is 36 right is also still open, so that makes it interesting to see. Oh, and I forgot to zoom out. Will be interesting to see if those heavies will be coming this way then. Anyway, at the moment arriving Iberia Express, indeed from Madrid. Airbus A320 left Madrid an hour and 56 minutes ago. This airplane is 9 years old and had its first flight in August 2013. Meanwhile, I'm hearing all kinds of splashes left and right of me. All the action takes place behind the cover of grass. I do see that this duo is still acting innocently as if nothing has happened, but I know better than that. Okay, so the Aeromexico is already scheduled to land at 1:20. Indeed, quite delayed then. Next up, another Transavia Boeing 737-800. This is flight 6592 arriving from Salzburg in Austria. This airplane departed an hour and 15 minutes from Salzburg, and the airplane is 24 years old, had its first flight in April 1999, a millennial. So they do still fly Transavia. This is the living proof. Hey there, Tavali92, who is greeting us from Germany. Greetings to you back. Herzlich willkommen. Hope you're doing well. Hey Jay Wandel, good to see you again. All is well indeed. We are standing here, evening sun, a little bit of wind, temperature still very nice. Unrestricted views of the arriving traffic. What better way to spend a Sunday evening? Here, an SAS A320 Neo arriving from Oslo. Okay, coots001 has to cook. Signing off. Thank you for joining us and hope to see you again in one of the next streams. And bon appetit for when you're going to eat what you have cooked later tonight. Hey Peter, goedemiddag, or is it evening? Yeah, I should say good evening, goedenavond. YouTube fan says there is a Korean Cargo 747 diverted to Amsterdam, probably in 40 minutes at the moment, flying over Kassel in Germany. So that means that we will see a fourth 747. And Marissa will have to leave to eat dinner soon too. It is dinner time over here, so not surprised that people need to go cook dinner or eat dinner. Thanks for the heads up, but you don't feel you should have to say that. If you need to go, just go. Do say goodbye, but don't feel like you have to say stuff like that to announce it. Sun Express arriving from Izmir. Next up. Oké, Doodle Man, ook weer weg. See you later, alligator. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. See you again soon. There is the next airplane. EasyJet flight 27936 Airbus A319 arriving from Copenhagen, 14 years old. First flight February 2009. Ooh, mac and cheese, that sounds good, Luca. Now, if only there was a way that you could bring it over. That does sound very tasty. Do you make the pasta yourself or do you get it from a packaged, pre-packaged? It is satisfying to cook your own pasta, making it from your own flour and egg. Now, in this time of year, I like to make my own ice cream. I have an ice cream maker, a passive one, so one with a bucket that you need to put in your freezer to freeze the liquid in the inside it, in the double wall. But there's nothing like making your own pistachio ice cream, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that. Calorie rich, it's not something you should eat on a diet, but as it happens, today is the last day of my diet, so can you tell? But it is really nice. If you like ice cream, there's nothing like making your own. Ninja Creamy, what is that, Peter? That does sound good. Sounds mysterious as well. Hey there, Dave Tomlin, checking in from North Carolina. Good afternoon, morning, what's the time difference? 6-7 hours? North Carolina, East Coast. 6, I would say. Hey there, PPTT Cure Boy. Waiting for the pizza, so looking along. Excellent! What better way to spend the time waiting for pizza than to watch aviation live streams? Well, thank you for choosing AMS Live to do that with. We are expecting an A320neo. It should become visible shortly. The backlight isn't helping a lot to see it well in advance. But it is EasyJet flight 27844 arriving from Birmingham, where it left 46 minutes ago. The airplane we're about to see, 4 years old, and it had its first flight in June 2018. And there it is, the little bugger. Yeah, it is a bit chilly. Well, the temperature itself is not, it's not cold, but the wind is relatively hard still, and since you're out in the open, the wind is basically bashing into you non-stop. That makes it a little cold. I'm out here in my shorts and t-shirt, but I have also put on a vest in the meantime, so my arms and my torso stay warm, and it's actually really comfortable over here right now. Hands and forearms stay warm so that operating the camera is going effortlessly, and the wind chills my legs a little. Plus they are also lacking in coloration. I did put on suntan before going out, but this is a good opportunity for my legs to catch up with my arms that are currently well advanced in coloring compared to my legs. And Ninja Creamy, wait, yeah, thanks Jaina for now that you mention it. I think I have seen a what was it again? I think it was James Hoffman that tried to make coffee ice cream with a Ninja Creamy. Isn't that the machine that you can put a solid cube of ice in and then it cuts it and makes it like to get the consistency of ice cream, instead of putting it in a churning machine where it needs to be churned and then cooled and hardened in the freezer later? Anyway, Harry says good afternoon from Ontario, Canada, and I say good afternoon to you too there, Harry. Good to see you again, hope you're well. Now, Paul, also good afternoon to you, mate. Nice to see you, good to see you again, hope you're well. And Chris McHale, if that's how I pronounce it, McHale. Says hi all. I say hi to you too, Chris. And thank you so much for your super chat, Jay Wendell. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Ninja is quite an expensive brand, Peter. Absolutely right. I do believe that they do make good equipment. I think Ninja blenders are... They have a good reputation. Now, what was the name of that company that made those films? Will It Blend? There was this company that made blenders, really durable blenders, and you could throw anything into it and they would pulverize it to powder. And it was a whole series, Will It Blend, with a pseudo-scientist like guy, and he said, okay, we've got light bulbs here, will it blend? And they threw it in the blender, pulverized it to powder, just to prove the durability of that blender. That wasn't Ninja, it was a different brand. Never heard of it again in recent years, but thanks, Chris, for your compliment. Excellent effort at pronunciation. Yeah, indeed, blending an iPad, stuff like that. Or iPhones or something like that. I've seen it. NutriBullet? No, it's not NutriBullet. It was a different brand. Alright, well, Amy, nice of you to join us again. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you again soon. Now we are seeing the arrival of KLM flight 1944 Embraer 175 arriving from Zagreb. 5 years old airplane. First flight November 2017. See you later, Marissa. And enjoy your dinner. Now, I do get the impression that the wind is subsiding a little bit. Doesn't feel as intense anymore as it did an hour ago. A couple of ducks are in the water. Now, I did see mama duck and a nest of ducklings when I was walking over here, but I haven't seen any mama ducks and ducklings ever since. Blendtec, you're right, hon. Blendtec. They had this guy, I think he also had a white lab coat on and safety glasses on during all of those films, and it was, well, we have an iPhone here, will it blend? Oh, we have light bulbs here, will it blend? And they pulverized it and you got black dust out of the blender. They were really expensive, I remember that. I did look into it at some point. Now, on the other side, I think we might have a grebe. I need to look on my camera screen and zoom in. No, that is not a grebe. Or is it? It's a coot, I think. Hard to see with the backlight. Yeah, you're too late, Liwe. Still, you did give the right answer. Alright, now, looking at flight radar, it is a momentary lull, but more traffic is arriving. Also, the heavies that were over Germany just now are crossing over the border in into Dutch airspace. Although I'm not liking the look of where the 777 from Bangkok is going to. It looks like they might be going to 36 right if I look more closely. Let me have a look also on... We have this website. Bezoekbas, which is bewonersanspreekpunt Schiphol. It is a platform for people living next to Schiphol, and they always show the predicted runway usage. Okay, it does say that 36 right is also in use as a secondary runway for arrivals from 10 minutes ago until 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. local time. So that means that we might not see the heavies that are currently arriving from the east and are now entering Dutch airspace. Time will tell. Alright, well, PPTT Cure Boy, enjoy the pizza. Okay, interesting. Lasse says that there are several Black Hawk helicopters flying over the North Sea that, according to flight radar, also took off from there. Could it be possible that there's an American aircraft carrier over there? Well, I agree. I think that would be quite special. Probably not very likely. Now, in the meantime, more traffic is coming this way. Yet another Transavia 737. And a smooth touchdown. Hey there, Fahad Ali and Mario. Good day, good evening. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you all. Okay, so Lisa says that there is a NATO exercise taking place this weekend. Interesting, but the Black Hawk helicopters have to take off from somewhere. Could it actually be that they are having an aircraft carrier in the North Sea for a NATO exercise? Seems a bit far-fetched, but I would love it if that would be the case. Alright then. Few more narrow bodies are arriving. First up, KLM flight 1308. Embraer 190 arriving from Toulouse. There we go. Well, that would be interesting if there were aircraft carriers in the North Sea. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but then again, if they are doing an exercise, why not? Maher Andour, hallo. Goedenavond, good evening. welcome, hope you're well. So this is KLM flight 1308. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Toulouse in France, where it left an hour and 23 minutes ago. This Embraer is 9 years old and had its first flight in January 2014. Just got ourselves promoted at Airliners Live. What are you talking about, Rick? Let me have a look then. Ah, ah, nice. You returned the favor over at Kevin's. Nice. Did it get read aloud? Nice going there, Rick. So, YouTube fan says Korean 747 cargo for AMS just over Enschede. Now, I'm hoping it will land on 06 and not on 36 right, because I think that one is also open again, or is it? Looking to my left, don't see any traffic right away, but it does seem that there is now an Embraer 195 from Lot going there. Anyway, this is an EasyJet A320 arriving from Manchester. Nice, 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 nice. Nice going there, Rick. Well, we'll have to wait and see. It seems that this weekend it is a little bit slow, but the weather is good, so I'm not complaining. Now, looking at what is going on the radar, there are heavies inbound, but they are all arriving from the east. Will they all be going to runway 36 right, or is some of it going to be directed to 06? It is a lot of traffic for 36 right if it is all going to go to 36 right, but then again it is nicely queued behind each other. Now the 747, if it is going to land on 36 right, we will be able to see it. Only just not from up close. Let me turn around the camera and show you guys some inbound traffic on 36 right. As we will have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to arrive. For 06. Now you can clearly see the livery if it's not covered by the buildings in front of it. The light is shining in the right direction for us to see the livery very clearly. Salut Fabrice, bonjour, comment ça va aujourd'hui? Okay, now we are going to see 3 Embraer 190s on 06 back to back. En Joop gaat dekking zoeken. Cover from what? I think I'm missing a point here. Might have missed something. J20 Menku says to Korean on radar on cargo 747 to Schiphol instead of Moscow. Yeah, but they are all coming from the east, so I am a bit cautious in saying we are going to see it very well. They will probably be directed to runway 36 right. I can already see that the 777 arriving from Bangkok is turning to the north. Triple from Shanghai probably going to do the same. The triple arriving from Seoul also looks like it is being directed to 36 right. A bit of a bummer. I'm also looking to see if I can already see the 777 that is arriving. I think I have it. So this is the 777-200 arriving from Bangkok. We do have good lighting to see the livery being nicely illuminated. That is the upside of this time of day. Of course, would have been nicer to see them up close, but you can't have it all the time. flight from one runway to the next. Thank you, Christian. Nice take of the 777. Yeah, it is the most we can do from over here. There is another one arriving just now. So this would be the 777. Let's see. KLM flight 896, 15-year-old 777-300ER arriving from Shanghai. And another one over here as well. It is a bit of an unfair distribution. We get Embraer 190s and the 777s go to the other runway. Now next up for the other runway is a 737 or R2 737s. In the meantime, we are going to see an A320 from Air France. Now, just checking the wider view on Flight Radar here. It seems that most of the traffic is arriving from the east, so it's probably all going to be directed to 36 right. Not a whole lot coming this way, so we might have to focus on the traffic for the other runway after this arrival. But this is Air France flight 1440 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Hey Frans, goedenavond. It was nice weather. I thought let's go out, even if it is around dinner time, but the weather is nice, so staying indoors would feel like a bit of a shame. In the meantime, we have a Norwegian 737 arriving for 36 right. Also trying to zoom out a bit. There is a Korean 777. Looks like it will be number 3 for 36 right.
Dag chef. Alles goed?
Hi, ja, zeker.
Oh, je spreekt Nederlands. Oké, dat is goed. Een mooie plekje heb je gevonden hier zo.
Ja, dat is mooi hè?
Ja, netjes joh.
Het is alleen een beetje rustig nu voor deze landingsbaan.
Ja, want het is, ja, ik kom niet voor het eerst natuurlijk. Ik zocht eigenlijk ook een plekje.
Ah,
Maar ik had eigenlijk gedacht dat ze die kant op zouden stijgen.
nee, ze komen landen. Ze gaan nu vooral op die andere landingsbaan landen.
Oh, oké. Dus nou komen ze hier niet meer?
Nou, ze komen nog wel hier, maar op dit moment is de drukte komt uit het oosten, dus dat gaat allemaal naar die andere landingsbaan toe. Ja.
Oké.
Er komt zo meteen nog wel meer aan hoor, hier, maar het meeste, als ik nu kijk op de radar, dat gaat nu zo meteen allemaal naar die andere landingsbaan.
Zo, je hebt een hoop apparatuur bij je.
Zeker.
Je bent een echte spotter.
Ja, dit gaat ook live naar internet hè?
Ja? Oh, oké.
Dit is op YouTube.
Oh, op YouTube,
Ja.
Dat zat ik er gisteren nog naar te kijken. Dus jij bent diegene die alles plaatst?
Dat ben ik.
Oh, oké.
Tenminste, een van de...
Ja. Oh ja, zo. Je pakt hem naast, zie ik.
Ja.
Maar het is toch niet verboden om hier te staan, toch? Wel.
Nee hoor, nee. Het is geen officiële plaats, je mag hier niet parkeren, maar je kan met de motor kun je inderdaad daar gewoon parkeren. Dat klopt.
Ja. Maar hierop kom je niet, hè, deze stuk, hè? Kun je niet komen, hè, waarschijnlijk.
Nee, dit moet je allemaal te voet doen. En dat is luchtvaartterrein, daar mag je niet komen.
Daar mag je niet komen, uiteraard. Ja. Oké. Oh, ze komen nou, ja, die kant van mij, ja, wat je zei.
So we are now watching the SAS A320 Neo arriving from Stockholm, and after that we are going to see the Korean 777 arriving from Seoul. Won't be long before the A320 is going to hide behind the building, and then we can focus in on the triple. Hey Marissa, yeah, until 8 o'clock they also use 36 right, and at the moment a lot of the traffic is arriving from the east, so the majority of the traffic will be going to that runway at the moment. See you later, Lisa. Enjoy the rest of the day. There's also an A320 coming this way, can already see it in the distance. I think the timing will be such that as soon as the triple is hiding behind the buildings, we can quickly turn around and check the arrival of, now a bit zoomed out, A320 from EasyJet arriving from La Palma, I think. Now this is Korean Air, currently number 8 tracked worldwide on flight radar. 777 arriving from Seoul in Korea, South Korea. Flight time 13 hours 25 minutes. The airplane 3 years old. First flight June 2019. Quickly onto the next arrival for 06 over here, which is EasyJet flight 23445 Airbus A320 arriving from Liverpool. 9 years old, the airplane, and it had its first flight in February 2014. Now at the other runway a few narrow bodies, and over here we have a Transavia 737 that is coming closer by. Transavia flight 5622, it is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. 9 years old, the airplane, and it had its first flight in February 2014.
9 years old, the airplane, and it had its first flight in February 2014.
where it departed an hour and 56 minutes ago. The airplane is 21 years old, had its first flight in April 2002. I thought that the wind was starting to slow down, but now it does feel a bit gusty again. Seems that it is variable in intensity as well. The landing doesn't seem to be affected by the wind. Seems to be going quite smooth still. But Matti, as you were referring, indeed the wind is quite strong. And particularly along the Polderbaan, there's also no coverage from the wind. It is mostly open, so if there is wind blowing, you're almost always fully exposed to it. Now the Queen we saw arrive earlier, they're still busy with loading and unloading. Having a look on flight radar to see what is happening. Seems that there's an Embraer 190 and an A320 arriving from the west and southwest. Looking at what is arriving from the east, also mostly narrow bodies at the moment. Where are the heavies at? Zooming a bit further out. So there is a Singapore Airlines 747 flying over in the vicinity of Münster in Germany. Now it is expected that... Oh, yeah! Korean is not visible on flight radar. Thanks for mentioning it, YouTube fan, because it is already visible. Almost missed it. But that's the diverted 747, isn't it? Or... because it doesn't show on flight radar. Filtering for inbound traffic for Amsterdam. Yeah, Barbs, the sunlight is nice. Not so much for the airplanes landing over here, because you do have backlight casting a shade when they are coming towards us, but once they passed, they are prettily illuminated, if that's a word. Now there is another Embraer 190 coming for 06, so let me turn around the camera and zoom in on it. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Lieve. They were really expensive, those Blendtec blenders. I did look into it for fun back in the day when you saw those YouTube films as well. Mightily expensive. As if anybody would ever need one of those blenders to crush their iPhone to dust or anything. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1688. It is an Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery, arriving from Bilbao, where it left an hour and 34 minutes ago. The airplane is 11 years old, had its first flight in April 2012. Singapore 747 near the Dutch border. Thanks for the update, folks. She is probably going to go to the other runway though. Things are slowing down over here at runway 06. Jean-Yves, thank you so much for joining us once again. Enjoy the rest of your evening and we will see each other again sometime soon, undoubtedly. Now at the moment, also narrow bodies going to 36 right. The big birds are still a bit out. You are able to see the liveries quite well under these lighting conditions. Alright, Luca, see you later. Arrivederci. Fijne avond. Well, Lieve, I think if you freeze her into bits, if you chop her into bits and pieces, freeze it and put it in the blender, you can make a nice mother-in-law smoothie. Pretty sure that that would work if they can pulverize glass and metal objects into dust. I'm sure flesh and blood will be no problem, particularly if you freeze it, you'll get a smoothie. Now, far out in the distance, only just visible visually by a little speck of light, but soon coming closer, is EasyJet flight 22923, arriving from Bristol. Airbus A320 left Bristol 15 minutes ago. This airplane, 7 years old, had its first flight in November 2015. I think many people will prefer English black pudding over mother-in-law smoothie, Han. Let me also take a sip of water. There we go. EasyJet A320 arriving from Bristol. Now let's have a look a bit further out. Okay, that was Suparna getting pushed back. I think Suparna is getting pushed back and Korean is arriving. Let me enable the digital zoom for the occasion so we can do a little up close spying. Zoom in a bit further. Now, isn't that a nice picture? Two queens in the same picture. Hey there, Suparna. Doing well, doing well. Over here in the sunshine. Double queen on the screen, exactly. Double queen and the Zuidas buildings almost in its entirety captured in the background. Let me just take a picture. I think this might make a nice thumbnail for this particular stream. Hey there, Lance. Good evening. Nice to see you again. Yes, well, at the moment it is getting a bit quiet. Most of the traffic is currently being directed to 36 right as it is arriving from the east. And no, the Air Baltic Estonian flag livery, special livery, is probably also going to land on 36 right. I really wish he would land over here. Now, in the meantime, over here we have another arrival. Hey Betty, good evening, good afternoon. Doing well over here. The sun is out still. It is a bit windy, but it is otherwise very lovely weather. We're looking at Air Arabia Royal, no, not Royal Air Maroc, it is Air Arabia Maroc Flight 127, it is an A320 arriving from Tangier, Morocco, where it left 2 hours and 36 minutes ago. This airplane, 11 years old, and had its first flight in September 2011. Now the windiness apparently seems to have gotten less severe because we haven't seen any go-arounds or aborted landings anymore, although we did see 2 earlier today. Hey, photo for you, goeie avond. Now, you guys might have heard something in the background, and with the current lighting conditions it is a bit hard to see. I think I need to be closer by. Ah, there we go. A little coot. Now it is getting a bit more quiet over here. Looking on flight radar, there is still a lot of traffic. Looking to see what the A220 is doing. I think it's going to turn final in a moment. I was really looking forward to seeing the Estonian flag liveried Air Baltic A220 arrive from Riga. Now it is in the vicinity, but it is... yeah, it is going to the other runway. Ooh, nice! Ice cream van with old school. Where I used to live last year, we would also have an ice cream van that was playing like... it was like one of those music boxes that you need to turn a handle and it plays a tune. Something like that. You would hear it whenever it was in the vicinity, so that the children would come out to try to buy ice creams. See that I still have my digital zoom enabled. Let me disable it so that I don't accidentally go into the digital zoom range. Now, coming this way on runway 06 is an Embraer 190, and I'm looking to my left to see if I can spot, and I do, and I am going to switch because I really want to see the Estonian flag Air Baltic A220. Particularly under these lighting conditions, you do get the chance to see the livery pretty well. Should be there. So A220 arriving from Riga, Air Baltic. And the Estonian flag livery. We already had seen the Latvian flag with the red stripes. This one has blue stripes. Really a pity that we cannot see it further up close than what we can see from over here. Now it is going to disappear completely. Too bad. NJ says Singapore 747 going for 36R, preceded by the 777 from Emirates, also 36R. Don't see them just yet. So let's focus on what we can see up close for now. I will turn around the camera for the 747, and if there's nothing interesting over here, also the 777, assuming that I can see them on flight radar. Our next airplane is one of the many Embraers. I think we must have seen the entire Embraer fleet in this live stream by now. KLM flight 1550, Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds, where it departed 47 minutes ago. The airplane, 7 years old, first flight November 2015. And there are two Embraer 175s following it. One arriving from Luxembourg, one coming in from Norwich. And the Suparna Queen in the background, making its way over to one of the departure runways. Now, is there anybody who knows if it's going to center or left? Because if it goes from center, as soon as it leaves the ground, we can see it quite well from over here. Traffic taking off from 36 left will basically appear between the thing on the left and the building on the right. In the meantime, also narrow bodies coming in the other runway. The same over here, Embraers, Embraers, Embraers. Here an EasyJet A320. After that will be a 777 arriving from Dubai. Now you do see the liveries quite well on these airplanes during this time of day with the sun behind us. Okay, the 747 is going to 36 left, Marissa says, so won't have to wait to see it appear from where it takes off. Over here in the distance is Emirates flight 149. It is a 777 300ER arriving from Dubai, where it left 6 hours and 24 minutes ago. This airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in August 2015. Alright, and now it is time for another queen, the fourth if I counted correctly, although this one from a distance. Singapore Airlines, Boeing 747, flight 7372, arriving from Chennai in India. As an EasyJet A320 passed by behind me. As I was saying, this is a Boeing 747-400 arriving from Chennai in India. It left 9 hours 18 minutes ago from that origin, and it is a 19-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August 2003. Alright then, and it was expected at 7:25 p.m. and it is exactly that, or 26 I should say, so nicely in time as well. Alright, so more narrow body action over here on 06. Focus. There we go. This is KLM flight 1478, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Glasgow. The airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in May 2008. Just checking if I can see the Singapore Airlines Queen come this way for a parking spot. I think it is still taxiing back this way. Meanwhile, another Embraer 190. And there is the Singapore Airlines Queen. Let me for the occasion re-enable digital zoom so we can also have a bit of a more up-close look. Now, unfortunately, the image stabilizer still doesn't fully compensate the vibrations induced by the wind. It's a bit wobbly. Also additional zoom over the maximum zoom. Let me see if I can stabilize it a bit by holding the tripod head with both my hands. Alright, Nippon Cargo, 34 minutes out, coming in from Anchorage. That is due to land on 06 then. That's good news. I was also planning on wrapping it up around 8 o'clock or so. I do notice that it is getting a little bit chilly over here. So I think the Nippon Cargo arriving from Anchorage is a nice way to wrap it up for this stream. Insofar as there are still viewers left. So the Singapore Queen is probably going to park next to the other Queen over here. There is a parking spot still vacant in the middle, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Singapore Airlines Queen is going to park over there. We'll find out soon enough. Let me disable digital zoom again. Now the stream of Embraers is never ending, it seems. We have another Embraer 190 KLM flight 920 arriving from Southampton. This one, the airplane is 9 years old and had its first flight in November 2013. Even a little wheelie. So if anybody has heard what happened with the CRJ from SAS that basically went around even before making a real effort to land? Was it wind shear? Was it a technical thing? Well, no PPTT cure boy over here. It is also starting to get a little bit more chilly, which is why I think wrapping it up in half an hour from now, after the Nippon 747 from Anchorage has landed, is a very good idea. Taking everything down again, going back to the car also takes a little time. However, if you are wearing a vest like me, then at least your hands and arms stay properly warm. Alrighty, next up 737 KLM 1022. Arriving from London Heathrow, where it departed 43 minutes ago. The airplane we're about to see, 23 years old, had its first flight in April 2000. So the Singapore Airlines Cargo Queen, even, of course we couldn't see that just now, but apparently there was a parking space even more up close. Now she does look pretty with the light shining on her like such. And there is a special white livery indeed photo for you. Plain Jane plane, as Marissa calls them. Another Embraer from KLM. Surely by now we must have seen the entire Embraer fleet that is still flying, coming back home. Now we are going to switch it up a little bit, because there is another 737 coming next, and after that a top Airbus A320, and this would be a blue-nosed SkyTeam liveried Boeing 737-900 KLM flight 1962, arriving from Zurich, where it departed an hour and 4 minutes ago. This particular airplane, 21 years old, had its first flight in June 2001. Very gentle landing. In the meantime, I'm looking around me to see if there are still some birds in the water, but they seem to have vanished. Well, do make better use of your time, Marissa, than counting the Embraers. But you would think that you would see them almost all during a 3 or 4 hour stream. There are just so many. Anyway, Top Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon, A320, 13 years old. Silky smooth. You're right, photo for you. I did recall having seen the Lazy for Chocolate liveried Embraer 190 twice in the same stream for 2 times now. Particularly if they fly short stints like to Düsseldorf, they are back on their home base relatively quickly. Next up, 2 Airbus A320 Neos. The first one from Vueling, the second one from EasyJet. The Vueling one, flight 1379, coming in from Alicante. Left there 2 hours 7 minutes ago, 3 years old, first flight August 2019. well. Was having a look to see where the Nippon Cargo Airlines 747 was at, still over the North Sea. Here the EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from Basel in Switzerland. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1080 arriving from Manchester, where it left 46 minutes ago. This airplane is 2 years old and had its first flight in April 2021. So they haven't opened any cargo doors just yet. A photo for you says that there is a Jordanian. Oh yeah, the striping is a bit lower than the nose. Yeah, it is an asymmetrical sight to behold. So there's another Embraer coming in. Who would have thought? This one, London City as origin, so it wasn't underway for too long of a time. KLM flight 992, 39 minutes ago left London City. The airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in December 2015. Next up is going to be an EasyJet A320 arriving from Bristol, where it departed 53 minutes ago. The airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in June 2018. Yeah, indeed. What do you call boarding an embarcation? Embarking. So now it's time for two 737s. The first one is going to be a 900, the second one is going to be an 800. First up is a 900 KLM flight 1432 arriving from Birmingham. It is a 737-900, 21 years old already. Had its first flight in September 2001. Silky smooth landing there. Despite the ongoing wind, it isn't really calm yet. In the meantime, the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 is starting to get unloaded. That is the downside of having image stabilizer, that up and down motion sometimes gets overreacted and a bit hard to compensate for, but it does reduce the shakiness caused by the wind. So this is the 800 KLM flight 1704 arriving from Madrid, departed an hour and 53 minutes ago. The airplane 22 years old, even older than the previous one. This one had its first flight in September 2000. So old and older. But they still seem to be working okay. Hey there Bogdan, good evening. Welcome to the stream, nice of you to join us. We're sticking around for a queen that is expected to arrive anytime soon. Before the queen gets here, we see another 737-800. And it is over there in the distance. Hey there Bobby, good afternoon. How's life in Florida over there at the moment? So this is KLM flight 964, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Newcastle. It left Newcastle 54 minutes ago. The airplane is 4 years old. Had its first flight in March 2019. Thank you for your kind words, Bogdan. Very nice. Hey, you guys, hopefully you heard it as well. Sounds like really weird sounds. But I was told earlier during the stream that that is turbulence. You can particularly hear it after bigger airplanes have landed. Now it's time for yet another Embraer 190, this time round KLM flight 1510, arriving from Alicante, where this airplane left 2 hours and 6 minutes ago. The airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in January 2010. Yeah, it does sound like really really weird sounds. Well, in the meantime, I can see that Nippon is getting closer by, already below 10,000 feet, still over the North Sea, but getting closer by the minute. ETA 802, so that is 6 minutes from now. Well, probably will take a little longer than that. In the meantime, there are more narrow bodies that are coming. Alright, next up, KLM flight 1450, Boeing 737-700. She's arriving from Aberdeen, where it left an hour and 4 minutes ago. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight February 2011. I thought I heard the little cootling. Oh, Mama is is nearby. No need to panic. Alright, next up is Air Arabia, operated by Air Arabia Maroc. Airbus A320, arriving from Fes. This airplane left Fes 2 hours and 59 minutes ago. The airplane is 11 years old, had its first flight in May 2012. And Marissa says that there will be another Queen crossing runway 06 soon. You mean arriving on runway 36 right or taking off? Ah yeah, this one seems to have been pushed back, or is this the same? No. The Korean is parked over there. Which one is this? Digital zoom reactivated. Fixing everything. Oh. Still hard to see for me. Okay, Kalitta Air. I didn't recognize it as such. But it has been pushed back. You could also see that the lights were on already. Okay, fully in optical zoom again. It doesn't seem to be moving just yet. So let's, in the meantime, focus on what is arriving over here. Another 737. And the Nippon Queen now number 5 for arrival, says Marissa. Almost entering overland near Katwijk, which is near Leiden, which is near Kaag. The Kaag beacon, which is where the localizer for the runway is at. In the meantime, we have a 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. This airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in March 2008. Looked like a little uneven when the main landing gear touched down, but still it looked solid enough. Okay, so the Kalitta 747 is now is it on the move? It looks oriented differently than it was. Yeah, it is moving. I can see it. It is on the move. Probably making space for the Nippon 747 that is coming in now. Hey there, Kampusk. Nice of you to join us once again. Your timing is excellent. Vliegtuigspotter Hoofddorp, hi, you are also just in time. 2 planes, including this one, and then we are going to see the 4th, 5th. I lost count how many Queens we've seen. That whistle is unmistakably from an E2 Embraer 195. Very distinct noise as it passes by, just as you can clearly recognize 777 freighters and 300s once they pass over you. I think we've seen 3 Queens on 06 and 1 in the distance on 36 right, and we are going to see the 4th Queen. Now this is a 737-700 arriving from Porto. I'm going to forego it. And focus in on that silhouette. Last airplane of today's stream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead already and thank each and every one of you who has joined me here tonight, this afternoon, for another fun stream. It was a bit windy, it is a bit chilly, it is getting a bit chilly, but it was fun nonetheless. You have beautiful lighting at the moment in the evening sun. So thank you all for joining me once again. Now, I wasn't sure if I was going to go out today. I'm not sure if I'm going to go out tomorrow. I have heard about thunderstorms and stuff, so first I will have to look at the weather update to see what is going on tomorrow. I am looking to go out again next week, so if you guys are online again, then we will meet again then at least. Nippon Cargo Airlines, Boeing 747-800 arriving from Anchorage. After 8.5 hours of flight, this airplane is 10 years old already. Had its first flight in January 2013. It was the grand finale for today. Thanks to each and every one of you who has joined me once again. Thanks you for all the people who were so kind to donate super stickers, super chats, or become a member or donate memberships. Each and every one of you, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening, depending on what time of day it is. And here we see the Kalitta passing in front, photo bombing this opportunity. Another double queen shot in the stream. It's been a good one today. I am going to wrap it up now. I hope to see you again during one of the upcoming streams. For now, I'm going to say goodbye and hope to see you soon. Bye bye.